Damn, Cheesy, you're on top of that. Hi, Drez. You are first, Emmanuel. Welcome in. You were the first on YouTube.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
I will not, Lost. It'll be a warm day in hell. Good to hear, Emmanuel. You absolutely will, Lost. Look at that, Amy. 10. Naked Grandma? Where's the Naked Grandma? Oh, you're streaking. We're all streaking. How are you, Amy? You don't have a choice, Lost. Son of a bitch.
Fucker.
Damn it, Maddie. I'm not a taint nor am I a nerd.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink. I don't stink whatsoever. Does smelling like vinegar and manure smell bad? I don't think so. Hi, Sashi. Yeah, all right. We were ready to continue the big one. The biggest oil painting ever painted before. You're watching it live on stream. There's been no oil painting bigger than this. No, Maddie. I'll give you 20 seconds. Definitely the biggest oil painting ever painted, right here.
Boo this man!
No! No! Exactly, Salt. Most oil paintings are like 1/10 of this size. All right. Ah, Kaylin. That's your real name. You paint big? Yeah, I saw your stuff. It does seem you paint pretty big. Because you're painting oils too, Emmanuel, right? I didn't hear the measurements, but it probably looked, you know... I think I saw some stuff that was like, what, 1.5 meters tall? Alright, let's get... Okay. Oh, God, I'm just so bored. Alright, let's get our stuff out, huh? My yellow, my blue one, my white. Don't need that, yo. What the fuck that is? Bring out bone black, burnt umber. We're missing lead white, just right here. We're missing quinacridone magenta and ultramarine blue. All right, we're using a very controversial palette today. Yeah, life size. Yeah. Controversial palette, okay? Once again, a palette nobody's ever used before. Ever. But we have titanium white, lead white, bismuth vanadate yellow, lemon, pyrrole scarlet, quinacridone magenta, ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, burnt umber, and we're going to use black as so we don't have to use as much burnt umber and ultramarine blue. Don't you gross me. Just because I'm using the most controversial and practical palette. I am using one very bad pigment, in my opinion. But what is the worst pigment on my palette? Quick, go. I will not use a lake color. What's the worst pigment on my palette? Drez has got it right. It is titanium white. Titanium white is wonderful color. Has some issues with yellowing and archival problems with the paint film. As in, it doesn't create a very durable paint film. But fantastic opaqueness and a cool white. And since lead white exists, that's not an issue, color-wise. It can be an issue if you're only using titanium white. You've heard nothing but good things about zinc. I'll try it out, Maddie. I'll take your word for it. You know, I've seen a lot of people talking good things about zinc, especially in oils. That means it must be good. I mean, that's a subject, because you could use titanium white, right, in acrylics. Yeah, you could definitely use acrylic. I would take titanium white over zinc any day, color-wise. Zinc white is like a transparent version of titanium white. That's true, Maddie. Opaqueness is a very valuable quality. I mean, you could make, like, here's the thing, Drez. Here's why I disagree with that statement. I could make titanium way more transparent and easier to mix. I can't make zinc more opaque. Because that's the problem with transparent colors, is to really show their color, you need something opaque. And frankly, there's not a lot. This is why cadmiums are actually valuable pigments, because of how strongly opaque they are. Oh my God, Todd. Oh my God, I got the plague now. So, like, if I'm looking for a property in a pigment, I strongly prefer opacity. If I could have every one of my colors be opaque and be their true color, I would do that. I would straight up do that. Now, opaqueness makes things feel like they mix differently and stuff like that. All transparent colors seem darker than the actual color that they mix like is, because of the transparent quality. Okay. So when you see like the dry pigment of ultramarine blue, it seems like a bright vivid blue. That is the actual color of the pigment that you're seeing, right? It's not actually darker. It's just the transparent qualities in oil make it look like that. I'm not aware of an opaque magenta or, and for blues, what, cobalt and cobalt, the cobalts are fairly, at least semi-transparent. I think they're worse colors. And I have enough, if I needed more opaque colors, Drez, I would do so. And if they had a phthalo blue that was phthalo blue's color and strength and it was opaque, I would use that. Yinmin blue is more like a cobalt blue. It's not as warm as ultramarine. It's not as cold as it's not as cold as phthalo. Weaker tinting, and it's too expensive. Just win the lottery. I'm trying. You know, there's you know, and I don't doubt that there might be a blue that might come up in the future, Drez. But as of right now, I don't see a compelling reason why Yinmin blue is better than ultramarine or phthalo blue, especially because titanium white exists and opaque yellows exist. Which ones, Drez? I don't think PV19 is always opaque. And I haven't run into a cold... I have not personally seen a cold red that is opaque. Personally. And I'm not even talking semi-opaque. Like, I'm talking full opaque, like titanium white or cadmium. Well, also, like, here's the thing. I also care about the saturation of my colors. So, like, or I want more saturated. So if it's opaque, but it's not as saturated, the key word here is it has to be equivalent of, you know, on a color sense to these other ones and opaque. Well, which one is that? What's it called? And why isn't it on the market? If it, like, you know. Because magenta would be hugely popular. People love cold reds. Yeah, what's it called, though? Hi, Omizu. Well, I need more of this.
Fucker.
You're a fucker. How you doing, Jan? Fucking tired? Is work or other stuff? Okay. How has the new job been treating you overall? Oh, so much fucking glare on this. Okay. Well, can you show me, can you send me a link, Jerez, on what it looks like? Or information on it? It's like the greatest food. You got a lot of dicks at that company? That sucks. Oh, the company's fine? It's just the people you're dealing with? The clients? Gotcha. Are you dealing with a lot of people who don't know what they're talking about? Because that's always fun. Always fun. Well, if you can you, okay, you sent to me, okay. It's just what I was about to follow up with. Demanding, yeah. Well, sounds like a real gas, Jan. Sounds like a real gas, as the kids say. All right. Shall we begin? That's why I do tons of hard drugs, Jan. Do tons of hard drugs and listen to the Doors 24/7. Right. Hopefully we won't have the flow issues we did last time. Much bigger angle. Let's see where halfway is. It's 48. What am I looking for? Cheeseburger, cheeseburger, cheeseburger. Isn't that the Saturday Night Live skit? I thought the cheeseburger was from that Saturday Night Live skit. Or I'm Fred Garvin, male prostitute. I don't recall that one at all. Is that like a is that Caddyshack by chance? That's Dan Aykroyd. Or are you talking about the cheeseburger or the Fred Garvin one? Yeah, there was like I remember the cheeseburger thing. I don't have any recollection of the Fred Garvin thing. Oh, that's not dry. I don't think. Felt some tackiness there. Yeah, another issue with titanium white is its long drying time, for anyone who didn't know. Titanium white has a seriously long drying time. Especially relative to the other colors in my palette. God, Jan, I remember the days where, what was it, Comedy Central used to play the mid and early 90s Saturday Night Lives in the middle of the day. Or like they'd be on right when I got home from school. Oh, those are so great. Oh, gotcha. I will check it out. Well, I could use some colon blue. I almost shit my pants today. I mean, I wasn't that close. It was just that, like, I had to run up the stairs to my place. But if I had, like, another minute, oh, God, it would have been dangerous. See, that would have been fun if I had a group of friends to watch, like, if I had friends who like sports like I did, I would love that. IRL friends, that is. That's what's nice about college, is you got plenty of people doing nothing. My freshman year at college, I had a friend group that would, after classes, we just play Smash Brothers for Nintendo 64. Wiffle ball is great. Oh yeah, I played wiffle ball with my friend in the summers. Who's Archer? Arthur Gain? I made that too severe. Oh, that's... Not familiar with them. Oh, nice. Wiffle ball's a blast. I had 2 summers with my buddy where we played like 4 or 5 times a week. You know, it's just you know, with the rules for just 1v1. C'est la vie. I was never a basketball player. I wrestled. I was a wrestler. I am big boned. Legit. Yeah, or I don't know if you remember that. I legitimately had a doctor, a sports doctor, say I had the biggest bones he's ever seen. Well, that's a tough. That's tough to do, Omizu. I was thinking about it, but I think like this is like a celebratory, like it is also kind of like a look at me pose. Because I think Ricardo would be more on that end of things. Look at me versus look at that. Ricardo with pom-poms. Well, in this context, Ricardo's like, you know, is the wealthy asshole who's going to spend $30 million on this. Badly help. Blick sent me a holiday catalog and I don't want to buy shit. Throw it out and then go to my fourth wall shop and that will fix everything. Easy. If you order today, I'll ship tomorrow, everybody. Yep, I'll ship you tomorrow. Yeah, Todd, you just gotta ignore that. You just gotta steal paper, right? And then buy my paints. Buy my paints! We all know that badly made paints are the best paints on the market. Okay, no doubt. Carb free, that's right. Gluten free, okay. They allow you to eat dairy again, okay. So they actually cure lactose intolerance, okay. That's proven. That's proven. It's just not true, Drez. Not true. You know it. I know it. You could lie to yourself, okay? Which would make sense because we are, obviously the stream's going right wing, everybody. No, it'll cure your lactose intolerance. Am I bumping the... I don't think I'm bumping the mic. I didn't feel like it was. Are you hearing a lot of weird noises? Oh, Maddie, you're late. That's a demerit, Maddie. That's a mod demerit. It's very serious. You're gonna have to speak with HR. surface, it just picks up, like I can't move paint on it. And then once I go into the area that has some fresh black paint, it just fucking sticks. God. Nope, you're gonna have to talk with HR, and you know how those talks go. 4 days. They break your will. I don't know what's going on. But I feel my paint feels like I'm just spreading around fucking peanut butter on this. It's very annoying. Yeah, we're not. I said not banning. They just got to talk with HR. Hi, Pickles. How are you? That. I'm not fucking peanut butter. I'm saying as it feels like I'm trying to like push peanut butter around. I don't like it. Not fucking peanut butter. All right? I know the accusations are there, but it's definitely not happening. They refused. Oh, I'm in this. Oh, hi, Laura. Oh, that's Laura, this is a Christmas painting. Fuck. I thought I was being clever and, you know, getting a head start on Christmas. Fuck. Shit, do we have to restart, everybody? We might have to restart this one. Ah, beans. Tear it down. Fuck. Really thought this was giving Christmas vibes. Damn it. Who would do a Halloween painting? I actually don't like if my paintings are associated with Halloween just because they're skeletons. That's not kind of like... That's not a problem with what anybody's saying. I'm just like, I don't... You know. These are paintings. Oh, Mizu, you've done a super chat before. Did you have any spike in watercolor sales a month ago? No, I did not. I did have somebody who I didn't recognize buy a set, but that was my only paint sale last month, was a single watercolor set. Are you talking about from that person I sent them to? Are you referencing that, if that had any effect? Yeah, you were the first one to do it, Omizu. like 6 months ago or something like that, when it might have even been longer than that ago, when I first was able to get them. Because the channel memberships on Mizu too. When I got the channel memberships is when I got super chats. I remember because I appreciate it. But Todd, why do you ask? I'm just out of curiosity. God. No paint is just coming off of this brush at all. Oh, did you? I appreciate it. Well, you might have gotten me one sale. You might have gotten me one sale, but I appreciate you spreading the word. Made this dong way too big. No, it's not the stand oil. I'm using oleo gel, Maddie, right now. It's not stand oil. I just feel like I'm getting no flow or coverage. And I should, it should feel better than what it is right now, considering this is the second layer. So I'm painting on top of oil, but I'm just like... Doesn't feel good right now. I mean, these are badly made paints, so... Or I'm just, like, really not using enough paint. I do not have a fan. Do you hear a fan? There is no fan on. Are people hearing things? Maybe it's that. Gotcha, Mizu. I think I might have done something that... Alright, are you hearing it now? I am using a mic. Okay, so it went away? Here, I'm doing this. Are you hearing it while I'm painting? What you heard before? Okay, that does... I need you to spell it out. When I'm painting, do you hear the same thing? Okay. Alright, good. God damn, Amizu. You're torturing me. Okay, good. Alright. My mic stand was touching the canvas. And so I think when I was doing this, it was rumbling, it was vibrating the mic stand. I'm always jacking it. Just keep jacking it, whacking it, jacking it, whacking it. Jacking for the Lord. Does anyone recall that South Park? Everybody, I'm gonna go to San Diego and jack it. Gotcha. Well, let me know when you do hear that, because I think it's just my mic stand touching the canvas. You know, that seems like too severe of an angle. Just keep jigging it. Hanging the mic. I've tried that before. I don't have a stand that's strong enough. That's its own issue. Yeah, and Pickle's putting cameras in your place a long time ago, so we've seen you whacking it all the time. It's the number 5 podcast on Spotify, Jan. Number 5 podcast on Spotify. You're just behind the Joe Rogan podcast. Not that you knew. Stop laughing. Yeah. It is labeled under comedy, though. That work is shampooing the floors next to my desk. I can't hear. Oh. It's also listed as a drama, true. Interesting. Is it popular? Is it worth listening to? I mean, there's probably some elements of voyeurism in there, Pickles, but there is also the aspect of normalizing it, too. And do they have video of it? Just keep whacking it, jacking it, whacking it, whacking it. I think I actually have heard about this, Matt, Pickles. Oh, by the way, guys, you know, as we all know, we're you know, all of our Twitch is going right wing, obviously. It's the only way forward. And I am being silenced by Etsy, everybody. One of my listings got taken down on Etsy. I'm being silenced. Because I'm brave. Because I'm brave, everybody. I'm being silenced by Etsy. Nope, no Pickles. Not at all. No, no more Mexican food if we're going right wing. My set of 8 paints, Maddie, got taken down because of the lead. I'm being silenced, everybody. Being silenced. I know. It's, I phrase it in such a way to make you think that, Maddie. But my free speech, damn it. Well, exactly, which means that just a hamburger, Omizu. No worries, Drez. Thanks for hanging out, bud. Thanks for sending me that information. I shall check it out. You know how we're all going more right? You know. I know Pickles and Maddie, you're wearing your masks constantly so people can't, you know, obviously you should all start wearing masks, not for COVID reasons, but to hide your identity, because you know what you're doing is shameful and evil. All right, so keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, fellow right-wingers. All right? We won't wear masks for COVID, but we will to hide our identity. Suddenly we can breathe. No. See, that's what you're mistaken, Maddie. We know that what we're trying to do is shameful and evil, okay? So to protect ourselves and protect from blowback, we got to hide our identities. Okay? Because we know it's not good. No, Pickles, no. That's too much. Okay, Matt. Pickles, it just has to be like a plain black bandana, or you know what? How about this? I'll even be kind. You could wear a a camouflage bandana. You can wear a camouflage bandana. Okay? Just because I'm feeling nice today. Good. Did everyone get their Russian checks today? Oh, should have came in. Did everyone get their Russian checks? I might have with yours, Maddie. You should have gotten a $20 ruble bill in the mail. You should have gotten 20 rubles. Which is a lot. Which is a lot. Probably not, Maddie. Yeah, so definitely not, yeah. Hey, 25 cents. That's 25 cents, Todd. That's like a sixth of a load of laundry. Is it that much? Jesus fucking Christ. Like you're talking about it's $250 to run the machine once? These fucking data centers are fucking ridiculous. You know, my electricity bill went from $150 to went from $90 to $155 a month. Just keep on. Well, they get to charge you for just giving you access to electricity because of that bullshit. But what they're adding is like, apparently what they're adding is a lot of costs for like power plant building and bullshit like that. Oh, good, Omizu, good. But then apparently they're doing all these charges, yeah, for power plant shit. For power plant building. And they get to do that for some reason. You know, something that we don't get to own but have to pay for and is government subsidized. Somehow. Or the big corporations who are driving the power demand. You know, it's the data centers that are driving this demand. Yeah. The poor, innocent data centers for AI that nobody fucking uses. Oh my god. Can anyone think of the poor AI? Please. Please. Well, I know for a fact, and it's like in Georgia, there's one. I think there's one in the Midwest that's coming up. But a lot of the charges related to it are because of like they're saying that, well, so it's part of, it's not the power, like it's not like ComEd or the company that like is like managing it. It's the people who actually own the power plants are charging a lot more in these contracts from the companies. And it's due to the massive increase of power demand, largely due to the crazy amount of data centers being built, which is being driven by AI investment. Because we live in a dystopian nightmare, everybody. All right? Because we're going to be using AI for everything, everybody. You know, AI wiped my ass this morning when I nearly shit my pants and I had to run to the toilet. AI wiped my ass. It was great. Shit. Because this current administration destroyed a lot of the green energy investment that was in Biden's bill. So a lot of those contracts are being canceled. Or the government subsidizing of it being canceled. Well, because they need it. Next, you're going to tell me we shouldn't subsidize sports stadiums for billionaires, huh? Next, you're going to be telling me we shouldn't be paying, almost $1 billion for another, billionaire to own, a stadium. Next, you're going to be telling me we shouldn't be doing that. Ridiculous, Todd. Ridiculous. Think of those poor billionaires. Todd, you don't get it, Todd. We're going right, okay? We're going right. These are things that we think about, okay? Because we're all going to be billionaires in the future, okay? So obviously we got to make sure the billionaires can rip us off now. It's way too low, huh? Good idea. Good idea, Todd. Like, do you know, like, the Kansas City Chiefs, everybody? Who wants to hear? The Kansas City Chiefs, who have been one of the most successful sports teams in the world for the past 10 years, their owner threatened to move them out of Kansas City if the city wouldn't add additional tax and basically pay for their next stadium. They were offering to pay, I think it was like $200 million out of like a $1.4 billion stadium that they would entirely own, mind you. Part of it was, but they did public, they did something different, Todd. The Packers did something a little bit different than that. Because the Packers are publicly owned. The Packers aren't private. The only reason we can see financial information on the NFL is because of the Green Bay Packers. I didn't know no other team could, but it's because it was like grandfathered in. Because the Packers raised stadium money from basically selling shares that didn't necessarily allow the people who bought shares. It was more of a ceremonial thing, so it was like just a blatant public funding, and they did it twice. So there are people who own shares of the Packers, but those shares don't do anything. But the Packers are listed as a non-profit, and that's why we can get public information on them. And it's why we don't have actual financial numbers on like Major League Baseball teams and like, you know, other shit. Shooby-doo-ba-ba, skee-dee-dee-da-ba-ba. Need more oleo. I thought I put out a lot of oleo gel, but with how my I feel like I'm getting no flow off the brush. I'm just gonna add a bunch more. So are you a sports ball team's winning? Are you a sports? Steelers doing pretty good. I'm a Packers fan. They're up and down. They won their last game. The Packers looked great in the first two games, then looked mediocre the next two, and then they looked okay in the last one. Oh. That's annoying. I'm waiting for the new mini games to come out so I have something to do while on the live stream. What mini games are you talking about, Amizu? The new update to what, though? Like, what game are you talking about? Like there's mini games on YouTube that you can play during streams? Is that what you're telling me? There will be. Well, I'm sorry my stream's so boring. God. Only painting the biggest oil painting of all time. Playables on live. I am entertaining, Maddie. People love ranting about politics and how we're all going right wing. People love that. And how Elon's a genius. Didn't you know that, Maddie? And we won't talk about the Epstein files. Okay? Since we're going right, we got to drop that topic. For some reason, they didn't see that. They really didn't think, I guess, on about that one. Like, did they really not think that he was not in the, like, that he wasn't in the files? You know, the New York financier, Jeffrey Epstein? My dad thought that, literally said that he doesn't think Trump's in the files. I was flabbergasted. Oh, yeah, no, he is. And the weird thing is, my dad is an intelligent man. Like, I'm talking, like, horsepower. Like, what his brain is capable of doing, it's just such a delusion, though. But my dad's also a humongous narcissist, so... Well, Chicago is too, Todd. Well, Chicago is being more, I'd say, militant about it because we have such a big Hispanic population in Chicagoland area that I think people are like being more confrontational. Where yeah, like Portland is like going the more make it bizarre. Wait, so only content creators can play the games? How does that make sense? Like for people who are just talking? I'm just amazed at why my brushes are having so much issues with this today. Getting paint off. It's like a gaming stream through YouTube Live while interacting with their... So isn't that just a gaming stream? like, I don't know what the innovation there is. That's just bizarre. Like, that's what a gaming stream already is. Or are they like, is it just like trying to like stop OBS or something? Are they trying to get in that market? That's just bizarre. Or is it like the audience can play with them? Yeah. Well, see, it's like Chicago has kind of that old style, I'd say. Mob is incorrect, but it's like a little bit of like cronyism to it, where it's like, no, you don't you don't tell us what to do type shit to it. But, very progressive. I don't know, they might, Omizu. They might. By the way, you know how I played that like 10 seconds of that one song last stream? I instantly got a copyright message on that. Instantly. Literally after the stream. For like 10 seconds. Not that like I don't get ad revenue, so it doesn't even matter. I didn't do anything with it. But shit's weird, yo. I mean, it, like, no joke, Maddie. I ended the stream and got to my computer and got my email, and it was already in my email. Within at least like 20 minutes of ending stream. Well, they're not there because St. Louis is in Missouri. Todd. That's why. I mean, like, you know why. I am ruining YouTuber, everybody, with my attempted, listening to a song for 15 seconds. That if I did get ad revenue, if I did, I'm still 300 subs off, everybody. My rate at which I've been getting subs has gone down tremendously recently. I mean, it's just, he might, Todd. But he's not really after Minnesota. He's after, like, the public governors that are talking shit to him. Like Pritzker, Newsom. I'm sure if, like, I don't know if Oregon's governor is red or blue. I think it's blue, but I could be wrong. They may prevent you from getting ads if the video is made public. No, they said it doesn't affect my channel. I have gotten other ones, though, that I've fought, Omizu, because it's because of my Rain Round soundtrack. I have gotten at least probably 8 or 9, copyright claims on the Rain background, everybody. Now, it's come from 2 different sources. Like one is from this, like, one song that has rain in the background. Blah, blah, blah. Just stupid horseshit. I forget what the other one was from. We live in a nightmare. We live in a nightmare. Shit, I'm getting copyright claim for singing this song I just made up. God damn it. Gosh, oh no, copyright claim. I said gosh dang it, that's copyrighted. Damn it. Oh, fuck. There it is again. I'm waiting for the day they copyright when I'm singing it myself. That it picks up on what I was singing and I get copyrighted for it. Hasn't yet. Blocking you, yeah. Yeah, but like it's not clear enough for me, Maddie. You know what I mean? And I think my sound quality isn't good enough that they pick up on it. Oh, good. Wait. What were you going to write, Pickles? What were you going to write? Suspicious. Something just doesn't seem right about that. Something just doesn't... Something smells fishy. Check something on my phone. Alright. Who wants a quick trivia question? Hearing bells. It better be quick. Very quick. Oh, those are just church bells. All of us, clearly. I got a tough question for you two. I got a very tough question for you two. I don't think either of you can get this question right. This is just for you two, okay? This is just for you two. If either of you get it right, and there are 4 answers to this question, I'll give you 10 oily points. You know, I'll give you an oiliest of oily points, okay? Okay? But I'm not going to give any hints or context. You two, as in Pickles and Maddie. All right. So I'm only gonna say the sentence. No other hints. All right. The question is only for Maddie or Pickles. Is name a team in the AFC West. I'll give each of you 3 guesses. I'll repeat the question, you get 3 guesses. Name a team in the AFC West. Alpha Flamingo Cat. The Rams is incorrect. '49ers is also incorrect. 2 more guesses apiece. Seattle Seahawks is incorrect. 1 more guess for Pickles. I told you I can't give you any more hints than this. Hi, Tommy. No, this is just for Maddie and Pickles. This is just for Maddie and Pickles, Tommy. Cleveland Browns is incorrect. Pickles is out. Pickles is out. The Titans is incorrect. You have 1 more guess, Maddie. Yes, you did. You wanted that oiliest oily point. Don't you say that. I know, Pickles. We all are. We all are. Maddie, you have 1 more guess. I'm gonna put a time constraint. You got 30 seconds. 30 seconds. The Ravens is incorrect. So your first guesses were close. You were guessing teams in the NFC West. You guessed 3 teams in the NFC West. You guessed 3 out of the 4 teams in the NFC West, not the AFC. The AFC is a conference in the National Football League, and the NFC is the other conference in the National Football League. In the AFC West, there is the Kansas City Chiefs, the Denver Broncos, the Oakland Raiders, and the San Diego Chargers. Not San Diego. Los Angeles Chargers. I was actually surprised you guys got the NFC East teams. But that question was cater-made to see, because I didn't think you guys had any shot. You guys did a lot better than I expected you to, though. To your credit. So you know what? And you both can get 2 oily points. Because you did understand that we were talking about the NFL. Well, so there are two Los Angeles teams, Mud. There are 2 teams in Los Angeles, the Chargers and the Rams. Okay? And then the 49ers are also in the those are the only California teams? Well, sorry. Oh yeah, because Oakland is now in Las Vegas. American Football Club. I forget what why there is the AFC and NFC. Here's some football history, because I know everybody's here for football history. When the NFL was started, it was just called the National, I think it was the National Football Championship. I don't know. I forget why it was like, but the NFC was essentially a rival football league was created called the AFL, okay? And that had teams like the Chargers, like there was teams on there that are now current NFL teams. And so when they merged together to form the NFL, basically the original teams were largely stayed in the NFC, and the teams from the second league became the AFC. Now, there's been some changing since then, obviously, but that's originally like what it was. So there was actually a successful competitor to the NFL at one point, and then they combined. We don't take away points. Pickles, you lucked out. You got. Give him back. Did you see that, Maddie? Maddie, give her two points. Give her 2 points. This is bullshit. Oh no. Nobody's redeemed anything. Amy, can you hear me? I also got some stream information news that we can discuss. Good, Maddie. So I'm going to be start pretty soon, everybody. Everybody sit down. This is big news. Sit down, everybody. Huge news. You just sent me something. Amy just sent me a reel on Instagram, but they're not watching. I know. Well, you guys got to put the request in to make it official. I don't really take it seriously unless, like, you know, you say on the Discord, give me a reference, or, like, you know, make an effort to discuss a reference. You get what I'm saying? Levitates. Stop levitating. All right. In other news, is everybody sitting down? This is going to change a lot of people's worlds. All right, good. Everybody's sitting down. I'm gonna be starting to do like quicker plein airs. Usually on days I don't do oil painting, but my goal is to do at least 2 a week. At like maybe like 10 or 11 a.m. With pastels and or watercolors. To get more of those repetitions in. Now, those will only be on Twitch, mind you, because I don't know how to stream. I can't multi-stream to Twitch and YouTube from my phone. I most likely can't do that through the winter, but we'll see. We'll see how I feel about. I'll probably try out some winter days. But I might be starting that, you know, as soon as, I don't know, Friday or Saturday. But it would mainly be in the morning thing, and usually aiming for probably like 10:30 to 11 a.m. I know. This has been crazy news. Because here's the thing, right? I want to plein air with oil painting, but it's a pain in the balls. And I don't have a lot of... Since I can't go to that fucking Japanese garden, I haven't found a place that has been suitable for plein air that I could regularly go to. I also need to release more like YouTube videos, and I think this could be something that could help me with that as well. So that's murdering 3 birds with one stone, as they say. As we say in the biz. Three balls with one cut. Oh my god. Oh, you might have just changed my life there, Mud. How you doing, PB? PBJ? Oh my god. That is fantastic. Did you just make that up, Mud? Mud, give yourself an oiliest of oily point for that. Holy shit, that was good. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. That is amazing. Alright, well, good, PB and J. Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh, I love that. Oh my god. Am I a child? Hi, child, everybody. Yeah, okay. Okay, wait, that was quick. Shit. So I'm taking the rest of you didn't find that as funny as I just did. Oh my god, I am stealing that joke. Well, I said murder, I said it'd be like murdering 3 birds with 1 stone. And Mud said it's like 1 cock with 3 balls, or 3 balls for 1 cock. I did. Well, it kind of reminds me of an old family joke that we had. It doesn't have to be. It's just like 3 balls for 1 cock. Or it's like having 3 balls with 1 cock. This was like a joke my family would just tell to because I make my mom laugh every single time. So if I haven't explained this, my mom's a huge pervert. She loves perverted jokes. So we would have all these like jokes about sheep fucking that she would just always laugh to. Right? So it's like, why do Scotsmen wear kilts? Like I could walk up to my mom and say, "Hey mom, why do Scotsmen wear kilts?" And she'd start laughing because she knows the answer, but then you say, because she can hear a zipper a mile away, and she would just bust out laughing every single time. So we had a few of these jokes because it would cheer up our mom and stuff like that. But we had another joke where it's like, the joke is, so this guy knew he was, checking himself out one day, and he noticed that he had a 3rd testicle, and he's very surprised. He's in his 40s. He never noticed it before, and so he goes to the doctor. And he's being very like sheepish, like he was very shy about it, explaining like to the doctor what his issue was. And so, what do we get to add? What do we get to add? Shagging. Okay, shagging. Did not know that, Todd. But regardless, all right, so the guy was like embarrassed and sheepish, and so he's like, he finally just says to the doctor, "Listen, doctor, if you were to add mine and your testicles up, it would be 5." The doctor's like, "Oh my God, you poor man, you only have 1?" And that joke would make my mom laugh a ton. Mom approved. So we had easy ways to cheer up my mom. So there you go, guys. There are some other sheep. What are the other sheep fucking jokes that I forgot? We had like 4 sheep fucking jokes. I just remember the Scotsman wear kilts one, though. I'll have to ask my sisters about that. All right, PB. All right? You have a sheep fucking joke? Please let me hear. If anybody has a good sheep fucking joke, oh, okay, no, then tell us your joke. Regardless, If anyone has a good cheap fucking joke that I haven't heard, you will get an oiliest of oily point. I imagine people in the UK probably have like 3,000. Because they always call each other sheep fuckers. Needs to be less green. A guy walks into a brothel looking for a night of fun. The lady of the house was out of girls, but he was piss drunk, so she didn't think he would notice if she just got a blow-up doll and put it in his room. He walks up, takes about 5 minutes, and comes back down. The lady of the house says, "Did you two have fun?" He says, "I think you need to check on her. I nibbled on her titty a little bit, and she flew across the room." Your grandma told you that one? Not bad, not bad. I was never that big into dirty jokes, though. Overall. Ooh, some red got in there. Beans. Beans and toast. Cheese and crepes. I wonder if this will be too red. Too dark. That's for sure. I sense a little bit of yellow in there. Oh, hi, Johnny B. Gooning. What is your favorite song on the new T Swift album? It has to be all of them. They're all just masterpieces. I've definitely listened to them several thousand times already. God, I love that name. Johnny B. Gooning is so funny. Good work, Alex. How's the baby? Hi, Silvergrains. Good, Silvergrains. Good. Welcome in. I hope you're well. I don't know any. I don't know the songs in the new album. Didn't appreciate this. Okay, that was good too. God damn. Hi, Shasta. You did. You missed some sports ball trivia. I know. I should have messaged you on Discord, Shasta. I knew you would have been. You would be devastated. Is it about his dick? I'll have to listen to it then. It'll make you blush. Fair enough. It's catchy as fuck. Alright, I'll check it out. Who doesn't like a good song about a penis? How's the baby, though, Alex? Fair enough, Shasta. You got 9? That's tiny. Jesus. I haven't heard any of them. Yeah, obviously. He needs to use the watercolor several times to get to average. That's good. That's what a baby should be doing. A bébé. Un bébé. I hope you're getting enough sleep, though. Hope you're getting enough sleep. Nine to 7 every day. God damn, you sleep a lot. 10 hours? I don't get my 10 hours. I'm just worthless the next day. I don't get my 10 hours. Oh, no. That's a good amount of sleep. I don't know. Well, I guess that seems normal for. Usually, I think people. My sister did. I think she went as early as 7:30. But Luli would sleep till like 6. Luli would almost sleep. Actually, yeah, now that I think about it, Luli would sleep for like 12 hours. Like 11 to 12 hours. Oh yeah, that's a tough sleep schedule. I mean, when I was working a regular job, Johnny, Alex. I mean, I would do the same thing. I just hated work enough where I just like, okay, I'm going to sacrifice sleep because I don't want to go to sleep. Because then it's just work. Then it's just work the next day. You do be gooning. You do be gooning. You could actually probably qualify to join Dia's gang. Dia has a gang of goons and they call themselves the Gooners. All right, I got a quick paint trivia. Who wants a quick paint trivia? Or who wants to do some trivia? I got a quick paint trivia for y'all. I know what gooning is. That's part of the joke. No, that's why I would always sacrifice sleep, Todd. We'll do one or two trivia questions before the break, Maddie. I think we still got how long? How long did the ad thing say? 21 minutes. So yeah, we got a time for a couple, and we can do it more trivia when we get back. We haven't done trivia a lot recently. All right, the first question is for all you gooners. Oh, there was another pervert trivia I thought of the other day that I can't remember, but I should have fucking wrote it down because it was a good one. I love a good pervert trivia. Okay, the question is,
I be smoking.
Name me a pigment that has the element yttrium in it. Yttrium. Oh shit, you remembered that, Maddie? Maddie got it right off the bat. It is Yinmin Blue. And they just discovered several other like yellows, I believe, and oranges that are made with yttrium. Yeah, no, you're right. The yin, or the YI is for yttrium. All right. I thought that was going to be a better question than it was. Next question. Let's go with all right, this was a much more common issue in the past. It's very expensive. One of the most expensive synthetic pigments out there. But I think it's expensive because I don't think they have a good way to like manufacture it at the moment. But it's also just not that, like, it's not worth going crazy over as far as like a color and pigment. All right. Next question. Sulfur exposure to paint was a much bigger issue, and several pigments would discolor because of sulfur exposure. You only get one. There are several answers to this. Name me pigments that had historical issues with environmental sulfur exposure, as in they darken or discolor. I'm not sure if it's more expensive than Vanta Black, Omizu. Shields Green is incorrect. If you do get one right, you have to sit out the rest, by the way. Is there actual sulfur in farts, Alex? Do we have any scientists in here that can confirm if farts actually contain sulfur? Thank you. This needs to be answered. Anyone? This is for oily points. This is for the most valuable currency in the world. Vermilion is correct. Vermilion is correct. Pickles, you get a point. Ultramarine blue, I'll take it, because synthetic ultramarine blue has supposedly had some issues with it. You get a point. Hydrogen sulfide is in farts from the egg smell. Interesting. I don't know if that would cause discoloration. I know I said sulfur is a blanket statement, but I just don't, I don't know enough about it. I'll have to look into it. Because that would be hilarious if you, there was a museum culprit who went to museums and farted on paintings that caused them to discolor. Zinc white is incorrect. Smalt is incorrect. Just a bunch of brown saying, you're not farting, you're shitting, sir. Sir! It's like when I got yelled at by I got yelled at twice at the same museum when I was in France. Yelled at is strong. I got shushed, and I got warned about getting too close to a painting. Yeah, I was being a loud American. I was passionate, all right? There was a guy bought at L'Orangerie. It happened at L'Orangerie. Notice how I said it. L'Orangerie. That's how you know I mean business. Yeah. That's true, Maddie. It happened twice. It wasn't gooning. I was just talking with somebody and I project. How you doing, Otis? What thing is going to be good? Oh, okay. Most people say this one's going to... You should see the terrible things Maddie's been saying. Maddie and Pickles oh, this is going to be terrible. Why are you doing this? We hate you. Disgusting. It might. It actually might, Pickles. I mean, Maddie. God, I don't know why I get a mental thing with calling Pickles, Pickles Maddie and Maddie Pickles. Why are you two reversed in my head right now? I did source it from my sister, Alex. It might be, it might be the M. It might be as simple as that. Yeah, so Alex, my sister Alex bought 2 toilets for her house and then never used them because she moved to an apartment, and so they had them in storage, so I picked them up. You two are very similar. It's just one's the devil and one's a sweet little angel. It's like if the same person was an evil demonic devil and the other one was a sweet little angel. I know it's not. Any other guesses, by the way, for discoloration? By the way, I think sulfur exposure was more of an issue because of coal. Malachite, actually malachite might. I'm unsure on that one. I'm going to give it to you because it's so close to azurite, Shasta, and azurite does. All right, I don't think anybody else is going to get the other ones. Realgar, lead white could have some discoloration due to sulfur as well. There you go. That's true. I think it was mainly because of coal, like coal burning, why it was an issue. I believe. Because I don't think burning wood releases sulfur, I don't think. Irregardless. We're going to do more trivia once I get back from break. Maybe we'll do some movies as well. Oh my god, yeah. I get that APT song stuck in my head quite a bit, by the way. If I must. Is it... Alright, wait, hold on. Is it worth listening to on my precious government-mandated break? Pata apata. We'll do pickles. Don't you want me like I want you? I really want to hit good realism on this. I really do. I think it will add a lot if I could hit really good realism in this region. Probably going to be a tough ask, though. Oh wait, ads are starting in... Okay, I should break now. Okay. Alright, we're gonna take a break. And it'll be about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Depending on how the poop goes and the watching of a... or listening, partly listening to a song goes. So all I gotta do is really listen to the hook, don't I? Okay. Yeah, the dong song. All right, everybody. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, and we'll see you when we get back. We're back. All right, I listened to Wood. And it did nothing for me. Oh, are we back? Yeah, we are back. Yes. I listened to Wood, did nothing for me. I didn't find it catchy either. No, it wasn't. It didn't entice any ass shaking. I see that. I felt like it was too clean. I don't know. It didn't grasp me. It didn't grasp me. I don't think that's going to be an earworm for me at all. And I'm not anti-T Swift. Grasp you in the dick? No, it didn't. I mean, I was surprised by how blatantly sexual it was. Like the open the thighs line. At that point, should we just call it a hard penis? The song Hard Penis? I don't know. I kind of feel nothing about it. I don't think it was bad. I just don't think it was, like, that good. Oh. No, but it's not even that, like... I didn't find the lyrics, like, clever. Nor do I necessarily care that much about the exact content of lyrics. But, I mean, the song didn't, like, want you to hear that, right? See, that, way better, Alex. I mean, I don't know Megan Thee Stallion songs either, so... I don't know. I don't hate it. I don't, like, you know, or anything. It's just like, I feel nothing. Now, that could be, you know, manic depression setting in. Who knows? What's from Captain Hook? By the way, in the actual Peter Pan story, Peter Pan is very evil. Oh, gotcha. If anybody didn't know, Peter Pan was not a good person. It dark out really quickly. Yeah, right. Shall we continue? We still got about 11 hours left of painting, everybody. Got about 11 hours left. And you're all gonna have to stay here for it. Fuck. No sleeping tonight. What fucking color is that? It's like a dark, desaturated green. probably too much black. All right, who wants to do more trivia? Who wants to do more trivia? Good, everybody does. Okay. Good. Thank you for all agreeing.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Absolutely not, Maddie. All right, this question, I learned from a video from Pickles, who also reminded me. So everyone thank Pickles for this question, and something I didn't know. Something I didn't know. Okay. The question is, so ultramarine blue is made from lapis lazuli, and the blue color comes from a mineral called lazurite. Lazurite, which is the blue part of lapis lazuli. Now, there were different quality grades of ultramarine blue pigment based on how pure the amount of lazurite was in the pigment. What was the name of the highest grade of ultramarine blue pigment? What is the name of the highest grade of ultramarine blue pigment that had the highest concentration of lazurite? You have 4 trillion seconds. That's too much. Desaturate it a little. Brighten it up a little bit. Anyone? Shasta, do you know? That is correct. That is correct. I didn't know this. I didn't know this one before Pickle sent me a video. Your knowledge always impresses, Shasta. All right, next question. I forgot the other one that Pickles sent me. What'd I do with my phone? I was stuck on that one. What's a good way to ask this question? All right. Here's the question. Tyrian purple got its name from the city of Tyr, T-Y-R, located in what country? In what country? Italy, nope. Morocco, nope. Your mom, nope. How dare you? How dare you? Luxembourg, nope. Kazakhstan, nope. Tyrian purple got its name from the city of Tyr, Tyr, located in what country? Greece, nope. Turkey? I'm guessing Turkey. Nope. Phoenicia. Nope. These nuts. Very close. Very good guess and hilarious. I don't know. Then guess it. Then just guess what you have. Lebanon is incorrect. Prussia, nope. And even if it was the ancient name, Jerez, it would still be incorrect. Huh. God, I need a night out, everybody. I've just been holed up here way too much. I need a night out. I just need a night out somewhere. Egypt, nope. China, nope. Syria, nope. I shouldn't do that in person. One night in Bangkok, nope. Iran, Iraq, nope. Sorry, it took me a while to see that, Mizu. Not Iran or Iraq. Boy, night out just sounds great. No, it's not Persia. I told you. I told you. Even if you do an older name, it's incorrect. I'm also going by what this this question said the answer was. So it at the time it might have been a part of the Persia Empire. Hint. There was another hint too, but I'm not sure. Mongolia, nope. Sudan, nope. Tyr is the name of the city, correct. Tyr. Oh, I'm gonna fix this, huh? Saiton? Nope. Or Sitten? Nope. Man, a night out in the town. Oh my god. Hilarious, Alex. Romania. Nope. Not that. More clues, please. I've already given 2 hints. Syria, Jordan, nope. Sorry again, Amiza. God, I'm like, I didn't see him pop up in time. But both of those are incorrect, regardless. One second. Yeah, that would have been good. That would have been a good clue. It was what I thought it was. God. I don't know if I can give another clue. UAE? Nope. Not the UAE, Shasta. Yemen? Nope. But I could just really use a night in the town. I'm going to keep on saying that because that is a clue. Okay? Despite what you may have heard about me, that is a clue. But apparently all of you are uncultured swine. So Lynn, no. Yeah, no, yeah. France, no. Spain, nope. The other hint was basically this place I think could have been a part of the Persian Empire. That was the other clue. Georgia, nope. Yeah, but we're simpletons. All right, we're only going to give it maybe a minute or two. Kyrgyzstan, nope. Ukraine, nope. Not Cyprus, nope. Yes, you may, Pickles. Thank you for asking. All right, there you go. It was a part of the Ottoman Empire. Uzbekistan, nope. No, I don't recall that, but that's incorrect. Mongolia, nope. Uzbekistan, nope. Mongolia? Nope. Bulgaria? Nope. 30 seconds. India? Nope. Tyrian Purple, Amy, was named after the city of Tyr, T-Y-R, located in what country? Sri Lanka? Nope. And the googly eyes don't come out that well. Slide extension for Amy Jo. 30 seconds. Fifteen seconds. $14 seconds. I never learned how to count, so it's to your benefit. 16 seconds. Lemon. There it is. Mudworks gets it right. Tunisia. Have none of you plebeians ever heard of the song A Night in Tunisia or Night in Tunisia? Night in Tunisia. Anybody? Famous jazz song? Never? That's fair. I know you like your Taylor Swift, Drez. 90s nuts. Oh my god, what a joke. Next question. Next question. That seems very bright and too cold. Let's go with God, the craziest thing happened to me every day. The other day, everybody. Craziest thing happened. Somebody delivered the head of the Statue of Liberty it's right outside my door. The head of the Statue of Liberty, just sitting right there. What pigment should I make from it? Okay, Shasta's got that. Okay, all right, Shasta got it right away. Verdigris. Verdigris is correct. All right. Anybody needs the head of the Statue of Liberty, just give me a ring. I didn't recall ordering it. Next question. Verdigris is basically how copper degrades. That green from copper was the pigment verdigris. Verdigris. I don't know what the proper pronunciation is. I did not get any squirrel hands. Nor would I accept squirrel hands from you squirrel murderers. Oh my god! It's apparently fucker o'clock already. God damn it. You've done everything wrong. Alright, next question. Let's go with... Hope you're well, Lizzie. No, yeah, it's just for Lizzie. All right. Should we do a little bit of memory tests? All right. What was supposedly Monet's favorite pigment? What was supposedly Monet's favorite pigment? I'll accept it. I would have accepted that or manganese violet. Apparently there's room for both. The purple one. Drez, you get a point. Next question. What pigment did John Singer Sargent use that greatly surprised Monet? Verdigris? No. Vermilion? Nope. Lamp black? Nope. Yellow ochre? Nope. All terrible guesses. All just awful guesses. Oh my god. Vanta black? Nope. Yinmin blue? Nope. Could you imagine? Oh my god, these guesses. You're terrible. I'm not. The pink is pink? Nope. Prussian blue? Nope. There was one that was close, Lizzie. Van Dyke Brown, nope. Mars Black, nope. There it is. Lizzie gets it right. Ivory black. Ivory black. It's an anecdote. Apparently, John Singer Sargent says he could not paint without ivory black, which shocked both of them. Because of how one didn't use it and the other one used it all the time. Next question. What two famous painters, well, we'll say this actually. Check that. There were two painters during the period of the Impressionists that were rumored to be gay or thought to have been gay. One of them is John Singer Sargent. Who is the other? Who is the other? Manet, nope. Joe, nope. Basile, nope. Me, nope. Degas, nope. Yo Mama, oh my God! The raw hilarity. Takis Underwood, nope. Great painter, not gay. By the way, this is anecdotal. We don't have direct evidence that they were gay. For both, but there's strong evidence that points to it. Renoir, nope. Renoir, very straight, very misogynist. Kaibat is correct. Omizu, Arts and Crafts, better known as Arts and Crafts. Gustave Kaibat, who I learned about this recently. He did several male nudes paintings that I saw in person. They're great. They're in the Discord, by the way. And he lived a very his private life was fairly private, and he never married, which was odd for somebody of his wealth at certain periods of time. And so there was a lot of rumors that he was actually gay. I mean, very possibly Pickles, but Renoir, I believe, had a ton of children, and there wasn't evidence. Sargent basically had a gay relationship with a man who he did nude paintings of, and who was actually kind of outwardly gay as well. All right, next question. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not possible, Drez. But we're also accounting for the time period here. Back then, usually gay people had to stay very secretive. And, of course, they could not, get children. Or as freely or as easily. If they didn't have, a beard. So yeah, maybe Renoir was gay. Who knows? I'm fairly certain Monet, though, was... I mean, I don't know. There was nobody... there was a few... obviously some perverts. Cézanne, Van Gogh, and Gauguin. Degas was most likely a pedophile. Gauguin was a pedophile. Gauguin was a horrendous pedophile. I'm guessing Cézanne and Van Gogh were, because they partied a lot with Gauguin. Oh yeah, no, Degas is arguably the second worst person. As a human being in that entire movement. The worst is Gauguin, by far. I mean, I've told you it before, Lizzie. But yeah, he was just an awful man. Great painter, awful man. Yeah, I mean, you just got to appreciate him for what he did for painting, or what his paintings did for painting. But, you know, you just don't hide the fact. He was an awful, shitty human who's probably, if there was a hell, would be burning in it. Yeah, very predatory. Gauguin is totally understood. How dare you, Omizu? Gauguin is not misunderstood. Gauguin literally wrote in his journal when he was marrying like a 12 or 13-year-old girl from the Caribbean, I believe, or South America or Caribbean, said that, oh, well, I'm just going to say 13. A 13-year-old here is like an 18-year-old in Europe. So knowing that it was wrong, and it would be wrong in Europe, not that that even be an excuse, but he was actively being a predator and wrote about it. And I know you're not actually defending him. I just like, you activated my tramp card. I mean, there's a couple paintings from Picasso that are I think are good, but like, I'm not you know me, I'm not a Picasso stan, but Picasso was also a vile predator. Disagree on that, Drez. By all accounts, Monet was a fairly good person. Caillebotte seemed like a good person. These are by accounts, anecdotes, don't know for sure. But Monet was really well liked by pretty much everybody. Both of Manet's brother, Berthe Morisot. I suspect that Cassatt might have been a shithead because Cassatt hung out with Degas a lot. Yeah, I get that. It was one of his blue period paintings that I did like. Is that man with the guitar? Oh, okay. Oh, so you're saying because I was a terrible painter, I'm a good... Okay, oh, yeah. That makes sense. I get it now. Because I'm such a bad painter, I'm a... Okay, yeah. Right. Makes sense. All right, next question. The guy's really misunderstood. God damn it, Omizu. God damn it. Let's go with... I put an old man on the guitar, and I got back in high school, and the first time I saw it in the CIA, I was really surprised because I never cared about Picasso, but I cried. Like I said, that is the most tolerable painting, or most interesting, but I just, and my sister, one of my biggest influences in my life, likes Picasso, likes contemporary modern art, and it just never, because before I got into this, everybody, I was not a big art person at all. I don't think I'd ever been to the Chicago Institute of Art before I got into painting. It was not something that interested me in the slightest. I my last art class I ever took was in middle school. And I just didn't appreciate it. Would you mind posting that in the Discord, Shasta? So I could see it? Oh, that's what's fucking me up here. This shoulder goes over the titty more. For a paint prop, Alex, I was actually thinking about using my trombone in a painting. No, because it just never really was a passion. Alex, like I was good at it, but it was never like something like I was like, oh yeah, I can't wait to play the trombone today. Yeah, that makes sense, Lizzie. I'm not familiar, Amizu, with Francois Gillot? All right. Sorry, we gotta do another question. Don't tell it's Rusty. Let's go with... No, you're good. Yap away. Let's go with... What art was one of Van Gogh's biggest influences? I'm gonna say what type of art was one of Van Gogh's biggest influences? Great. Thank you, Shasta. I'll say, not even influence, I'll say obsession. Folk art, nope. This is, I guess, a little subjective. Oh, interesting. I did too, Shasta. I do too. Interesting piece. Gilo was Picasso's the third wife, I think. Was Picasso's third wife. Interesting. Didn't he have like 6 wives? Who he just abused? What was Van Gogh's biggest art obsession? I'm going to phrase it like that. Bit anecdotal, but there are strong anecdotes behind this. Yeah, that's fair. It's okay, please don't let me influence what you like, I guess. Unless it's Gauguin. Dali, nope. They didn't really intersect that much art-wise. So while Van Gogh was alive, no. So this is one where he actively bought art from. I'll have to investigate it, Omizu. If you want to post some works in the Discord. The church, nope. I'll say this. It wasn't oil paintings. That's your big hint. It wasn't oil paintings. Bum, bum, bum. The twist. The twist! Sculptor then? I don't know. I'm not looking for a person. Either. That's another hint. Very possibly. I'll accept it. Pickles gets it right. Japanese prince. Japanese prince. Van Gogh loved him. Good work, Pickles, if that's your real name. Next question. Go eat your food. Let's go with... Oh, this blue's gonna be tough to hit well. Okay, I didn't know your legal name was Pickles. Now we know. Come on, baby, do that twist. Okay. What painter injured both their legs to the point that it stunted their growth? Ukiyo-e? Is that... Oh, that's... Sorry, I think that's referencing... What painter injured both their legs young to the point that it stunted their growth and they... I don't think they eclipsed 5 feet tall. Laureen? Nope. There it is. Omizu got it. Did we give Omizu points, by the way? Lautrec is the answer. Lautrec. Did we give Arts and Crafts their point? Before? Oh, we did. Okay. Thank you, bud. One more for Arts and Crafts. Do we want more trivia? Do we want movie trivia? Lautrec actually sounded like he came from a pretty sweet family. He came from a wealthy family, but apparently his mom, like, really cared for him, especially after his incidents. And after he passed away, she, like, made it her mission to, like, go over his work and, like verify what was his and not, and created like kind of the first catalog of his work. Kind of a sweet story for a grieving mom, obviously, and just because he died, I think, when he was like 30, early 30s. Do people want more trivia? Do they want movie trivia? Do they just want to sit in awkward silence? I'm open to all. But I don't know what I want. Died 1901. How old was he, Omizu? If you don't mind checking. Never got to experience Cubism, that's true. And isn't that the shame of it all? How does one live life without experiencing Cubism? The greatest art form that ever existed. Did I say that out loud? Shit. Oh my god, they're all gonna know I'm a fraud. Oh no. Oh no, everybody's gonna know now that I'm just a gigantic fraud. We knew since the beginning. They got me! Oh, you made it to 37? As far as somebody who goes more surrealist with their stuff, I like him the most. Out of somebody who gets out of realism a bit. But you could also argue he advanced art a tremendous amount. His influence on the art world, I should say, or his works. Does anybody know what Lautrec did that was so influential? You just glean the keys. That's true. Does anybody know why Lautrec can be considered highly influential and might have moved the needle or like progressed art in a different way? Invented the easel? Nope. Come on, baby. Do the twist. He did something way cooler than invent this stupid easel. How big are you? I'll be a little bit bigger than I wanted, but we're gonna roll with it. Maybe not. So what Lautrec did, he painted subject matter that was very taboo. So he painted like brothels and bars and basically what people considered like the lower end of society. That was very uncommon. And he did it kind of unrepentantly and in a cool way. Yeah. Now, it's also partly because he was a notorious boozer and user of brothels. But nonetheless, he was part of the like the people that really just. Because he was also a bit of an outcast because of his height. You know, his like essentially deformity is the wrong word, but because of his injury, right? He was you know, unusually short. Short king, yeah. But he did a lot of interesting works. I wish I had like 10 more brushes of this size. Or of this make. Yeah. Yeah, he was, you know, I think he had substance issues, specifically with alcohol. That Steve I wanted to go. Like in between, I think. How profound, true. Well, you know, they're just a tortured genius. Obviously, you know, even though they, you know, abuse people and were not liked and stuff, they're a tortured genius. And we should romanticize their issues with substance abuse and mental health. Right? Obviously. I mean, there was a good amount. You know, it really didn't hit a lot of the Impressionists, though. A lot of the Impressionists, a lot of them lived a long time. You know, Monet, I think, made it into his late 80s or early 80s. I think Renoir almost made 90. I think Pissarro made it to like a fine age. I think Degas did too. Like, I know Anders Zorn kind of died, I think, like early 60s. But for the time period, that type of shit did not really seem to hit the Impressionists too much. It definitely seemed to hit the period after Impressionism. Oh yeah, Monet lived outside. Monet had a studio boat.
Monet just liked being outside. He liked eating. He liked drinking. He liked, he seemed to have really good relationships with his kids. It makes me like Monet more that, like, pretty much everybody liked him, including, like, essentially, his kids seem to like him, and that's like a big, like, oh, okay, he's probably not an absolute shithead. As interesting as that was. But, maybe he was. Who knows? I'll just say that early indicators would imply that he was well-liked and, like, was not a shithead. But like I said, I believe Berthe Morisot was really liked. It really was the time period kind of afterwards, right? Like, post-Impressionism. Like, with people with, like, Van Gogh, Lautrec, Gauguin, Cézanne probably might have been the... I don't know much about Cézanne. I don't. I should look into him. I just know that he congregated with shitheads. That's what I do know. And most likely, if the friends you hang out with a lot are shitheads and pedophiles and stuff like that, I would guess that you don't have a big issue with that. That's my guess. I'm going out on a limb here, though. Oh wait, shit! Wait, we're turning. We're shifting right. No. If your best friend is one of the world's largest, child traffickers and pedophiles, that doesn't mean that you partaked. Good, saved it. Yeah. Saved it. Don't worry. We're still getting our Russian money. Did everyone get their checks from Russia in the mail now that we're all going right? We got the Russian money coming in. You should have gotten 20 rubles in the mail. Now that we're all going right. You should have gotten 20 rubles in the mail. Aren't we all shitheads? We are. I'm a shithead. I won't speak for y'all. I'm a shithead. Clearly. Yeah, you should have a massive 20 rubles, Shasta, in the mail. Don't worry if it has blood, some blood stains on it. That's just how the currency is. And yes, it's not like, a check. It's physically a 20 ruble bill. Don't even think about it. You guys can't even see this mark I'm making, huh? I'm having problems seeing it too. I don't know if it was the right call to paint this easel, but I don't want this just like floating in the fucking air. So we're gonna do this and I'll think about it more. See, this is the problem with doing this layer of black that I kind of do to like clean up dimensions, is that it leads to like it mixing and anything I do over top of it. It's a hard black can be very hard to like overcome when you're doing Alla Prima. Unless you're using titanium white. But boy, you don't want to do that. Or you don't mix your paints up fully. But we get the layer on, the next layer will be able to do kind of like finishing touches. I'm not going to paint the dick and balls yet. I covered it up. But I'm going to probably do that on the next round. Get in a... either finish it. I don't know if I can finish this in the next one, but we'll see how far I go longer. I got a lot of things in like the much better places, I think, in this go around. But we're still going to go for a bit more, so. I'm blocking this hand now. Hard for me to see. That arm needs to move right. See, I'm just running into a bunch of black paint.
bit. I should probably lay in that. There's too much red in that. Let's redo. Probably still too much red. Here's the thing, if I do an orangey, if it's orange but red heavy on the orange, it's going to stick out like a sore penis next to this blue. So everything is probably going to be, when I'm looking at it, is more desaturated than I'm expecting it to. And this is what's tough. One of the tougher parts about painting, everybody, is overcoming the illusion of color when you're looking at shit. Know what I'm saying, everybody? You all get it. Yes. No, it's overcoming the illusion that people think that your art is good. Overcoming the illusion that anybody thinks that your art is worth doing, right? Obviously. That's why I'm going into water sprinkler repair, everybody. That's where the money's at nowadays. This was all just a quick cash grab. A really bad cash grab, everybody. That's what all this was. It's a terrible cash grab that never had cash to grab. I do have to say, I think my proportions are pretty good in this shit. I think the proportions are good. The shape of this canvas pisses me off, but I'll figure that out. But like, as far as the skeleton's concerned, skeleton and mannequin, I feel good about where that's at. Red mixes in.
That's a nice strong blue. All right, here's a tough question for y'all. I got another oiliest of oily point question for y'all. For whoever's listening. For the several billion of you listening right now. What is the name that companies, I know of at least one, I know one company, that is a mix of ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, and titanium white? I have used it on stream before in the long, long ago. Mud, I think Royal Blue? Nope. I think it might have been before your time, Shasta. Is when I was streaming and I didn't know much of anything about paint or pigments, and it was a color I bought because the streamer, the miniature painter who I watched, uses it. Not that that hint will help you, but...
Fire the nuclear weapon!
Oh my god, a raid! Oh my god! Oh dang, would you look at that? It was Severus Blue, S-E-V-R-E-S, Severus Blue. I know Williamsburg makes it. Welcome in. How you doing, Skittle? Welcome in. We're just, you know, painting badly in here. What were you working on? Oh, it's going swell. We're killing it. We are definitely killing it. You know, killing people's will to live. Obviously. Oh, you're all good, Skittle. Welcome in, everybody. Get on in, y'all. Welcome in. Skittle, if you'd like to share any links, please do. Wonderful digital artist. Definitely not evil. Rainforest Arts today? Awesome. Fantastic. We are painting from life. We are painting from life today, as we usually do. We had this set up. Hold on. There we go. As you can see here, we have this set up because I am a completely, you know, normal person who has this set up in their place for a week or two. You know, that type of stuff. Very normal. Very normal stuff. Thank you. This is the largest painting I've ever done. Well, thank you, Skittle. I appreciate it. Yeah, so for anyone who doesn't know, I do oil painting. This is all oils. I dabble in watercolors and pastels. Yeah, it's 48 inches by 36. And for you non-Americans, that translates roughly to 120 centimeters by 90. Roughly 120 by 90 centimeters. For all you dastardly non-Americans. Yeah, it's the biggest painting I've ever done. Biggest painting I've ever done. We're on session 2. This is the second session. First session we did something I call a block-in, where we just get colors and shapes. Now we're starting the refinement. And, yeah, on our way to finishing it. If anybody has any questions, please let me know. If any of you are willing to sub to my YouTube, I would really appreciate it. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subs on YouTube. So if any of you find it in your heart to sub to my YouTube, I would really appreciate it. And yeah, I make my own paints that are for sale. I make watercolors and oil paints that are both for sale on my fourth wall. %, badly made. Aha! All right, good. Thank you, Skittle. Thank you. I appreciate your support. Yeah, if you please share any links that you may want to share. You know, you can share your OnlyFans. Great. Blue Skittle has a great OnlyFans. I have no idea what you're talking about, Skittle. But thank you for the kind words and slander. Wait, hold on. Not sadness, it's joy. Thank you for the follow. But welcome in. Questions are welcome. Questions are welcome. I'll answer anything. I'll answer anything. Yep, no complaints though. Oh, I better not see any complaints. Oh, there better be no complaints. Oh my God! Lizzie, you son of a bitch. Do you just happen to have these wonderful statues in your studio normally, or are they brought in specifically for the... All these props are just sitting in my place when I'm not using them. Don't complain, just fight. I tried. So, yes, I do have a House of Horrors. And I regret nothing. And I'm gonna get more. I will have a second skeleton one of these days. One of these days, I'm just gonna have a second skeleton. You all know it. I know it. I have my skeleton Ricardo Montalbone. The mannequin is Plasticia. I have my evil elf named Kevin Gamblin. I have my Skull Rudy. The second skeleton. Skeletons are expensive. And Papa's broke. You know, a skeleton's probably now $200. Everywhere. I go to a lot of thrift shops, but like the skeleton, the skull I got off of Amazon. I got the mannequin off of a Facebook Marketplace. God, why does that height seem off to me? I just go looking anywhere and everywhere. So if anyone knows a cheap place that can get another mannequin and a skeleton, please let me know. It's generally mannequins, Mud. What else have I? Taxidermy. I'm looking for taxidermy. If anybody has a good, cheap connection for simple taxidermy, please let me know. I'm looking for like a cat, a dog, a raccoon, something, but not like in a weird, stupid pose. Just something... You know, something a normal white middle-aged man or 30-something man would want for their painting. All right? This is completely normal, all above board. All above board. I've tried Craigslist. My area is not great on Craigslist, unfortunately. Very inactive area for Craigslist. Yeah, but I'm not sadness. The big thing is I'm also looking for it cheap. So like the taxidermy on eBay is all like $60, $70 plus or in the hundreds. And I can't, I'm not going to pay that. I'm looking for like garage sale $10. Like for some reason somebody has a taxidermy dog that they're trying to get rid of. That why? I think it is. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, estate sales are something I need to try, not sadness. That's what I need to do. Too dark. It really is Hollowoods, from what I've seen. Yeah, I don't like. That's why, here's the thing, right? But a lot of taxidermy is sentimental, which will lose its value, right? Once somebody kind of passes away, or things change, obviously. So that's what essentially I'm trying to look up or get my hands on. Is like basically taxidermy, like I said, that's why I said kind of like a dog or a cat. Exactly, and that's what I'm looking for, Lizzie. Because those exist, and the thing is though, a lot of taxidermy now is like there's a subculture of doing weird taxidermy right now, and I have no interest in like a weird taxidermy. right? There's like people who are like doing like putting like animals in like crazy poses and shit. That is not where I want to be at. I just want like I said, a normal cat. Yeah, the creative taxidermy. It's like, and I don't have a problem with it. It's just for painting, it's not where I'm trying to be at. You know? So, for all you who have Connects, all right? For any of you who has like a random dog taxidermied or cat taxidermied in their attic, like, hey, this guy will pay for shipping. What a deal. You know, that crazy deal of somebody just offering to pay for shipping. Maybe a case of beer. That was way too dark. Thank you again, Skittle. Yeah, but I'm not looking for like just a head, Hollowoods. I mean, I'll probably get like a stuffed head at some point, but I'm looking for it as like a subject of a piece, not like a background thing. You get what I'm saying? Like, I could do some really fun scenes with like a cat or a dog, but like a deer head, like a plaque or something like that, you know, don't really have. That would always just be kind of like a background piece. Oh, no worries. No worries. Oh, yeah, go take care of your biz. Oh, yeah, that'd be super difficult, Hollywoods. Probably also expensive. No, I do anatomically correct, like medical grade, because I don't want the plastic ones either, because they need to be like somewhat posable and, you know. So like this one is like was like $180. You know, this one that I painted blue and, you know, was like $180. I got it on Amazon, which was a medical grade, but I don't want like the skeleton ones because they don't. I'm not trying to go like I know this sounds really bizarre. I'm not trying to go cartoonish with my props. Like I like the idea of them being like feel like real looking, but just kind of in these kind of absurdist scenes that I do. I know this makes perfect sense to all of you. I'm a normal man. This is normal. Shut up. Very normal. It's normal. Yes, you see, Mud agrees. Very. God, why does that not look? How did I fuck this up? I just need to go higher. It's already that high. Why does that not look right to me? Don't quotations it. It's normal. You know that's what it is, I think. I made this toilet paper and lotion way too big. 120 centimeters by 90 centimeters. For American units, it's 48 by 36 inches. That's why this. That's what's fucking with me. So it's the biggest oil painting that anybody has ever done. This is the biggest oil painting that anyone's ever done. Don't check that fact, okay? Just take my word for it. Okay? I made these fucking things gigantic and it's been throwing me off the whole time. I probably need to cut off like that much of it. Good skill. See, confirmed by Skittle. How tall for the Skelly? Yeah, see, this one I think is 5'7". Or it was 70 inches. Oh, wait, hold on. 70 inches, I think. Which is 5'10". Last thing I saw, never comes. Yeah, do you know that painting, or not, sorry, not painting, that contemporary piece of art of the banana duct taped to the canvas? That amazing piece of art that sold for 28 million? Yeah. So this, the artist did a new piece of work, and it's that. It's two kiwis right above it, duct taped to another duct tape banana. I don't know what they're going for on this one, but it's you can have it for $60 million. Well, is either shitting, because that is a toilet, yes. Maurizio Catalan. No. This was the artist that I had. That's the actual. It's on loan from Maurizio Catalan. All right, he did this and sent it to me, and it's in my painting. Okay. He did this. It's on loan. Would I lie? I've never told a lie in my life. Would I lie? Shut up, Mud. God damn it. Damn it, Mud. Most likely. Thank you. See, Skittle, you're a good one. Skittle, you're a sweet little angel. Skittle knows that I would never, that I'm not just in this for the money. I'm not just in this for the severe lack of money. All right? Skittle understands. I never tried to poison you. That was Lizzie. Lizzie poisoned herself, or themselves. I have a lot of integrity in my cooking. And Lizzie has no integrity in their eating. None. Slander. Crazy slander going on right now. You know I feed people well. If you come to my place, you are going to be fed until you explode all over the walls. I take pride in that. It's art. Lizzie, I guess you don't want any more dumplings or hot pot or guacamole or Rice Krispies, or for the next Gargapalooza Amy Palooza, Lizzie Palooza. That's true, Skittle. That's true. Are you heading out, Hollow? Have a good one, Hollow. Sukiyaki. Ooh. How dare you? Hot pot is way better than sukiyaki. Oh, gotcha. Did I miss somebody saying goodbye? Oh, Lizzie is? Oh, I missed that. Nini, Lizzie. I missed them. I saw there was a lot of food. I didn't see it. God, I'm sorry. Nini, Lizzie. Well, you said whiz beef, and that didn't ring for me, okay? But now it does. Listen, I'm a confused, depraved animal. All right? You know this. I barely know how to read. I can't count. Sad, sorry individual. Yes. See? Can't count, can barely read. Yeah. That needs to go in a lot more than I have it, huh? I hate when this happens. When dimensions just stop adding up.
Fire the nuclear weapons!
Oh my god, hooray! This was, enable was, Maite. Or CR Illa. Yep, that's it. Oh my god, I'm being enabled! I'm being enabled, everybody! Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm being enabled. Welcome in, Raiders. What do I owe this pleasure? Cello. What were you working on? On this one fine day. On a night just like tonight. That's the last thing I've seen. Inktober, nice. Please share your links or else we'll have some serious problems that will end with me crying. I use crying as a weapon. So share those links. Don't make me do this. You don't want to see this. You don't want to see me crying. Hello, very pink penguin. It is not a pretty sight. So just give the links. For anyone who doesn't know, I paint from life. I have this set up right in front of me. I'll show you momentarily. I paint with oils. Good. Good. Everyone go follow C Art Law. Now or else. I've been following him for at least 75 years. And you should too. So for anyone who wants to see again, there we go. I am perfectly sane and normal. Mud. Alright, so, you know. Yes, that's a toilet. Alright, yes, that's toilet paper and lotion. Thank you, Hollywood. So you get it. Alright, thank you. Alright. I mean, I think you guys are the insane ones for not having this stuff. For not having this stuff up in your homes. You're the deranged ones. And kiwis, yeah. Yeah, it's just 2 normal kiwis and a banana. Two very normal kiwis. Let's see. That's the right size. And this needs to go a little bit taller now. We got to make sure the lotion for jacking off is anatomically correct. And I know that is the correct terminology when referring to the size of lotion. Whose idea was a lotion, Mud? Was it you? Pickles? It actually does sound like something Pickles wouldn't recommend. I assure you we're not vile perverts here. Wink. I assure you. No vile perverts here. Just plain old, yeah, just not vile perverts, just plain old ordinary perverts here, everybody, okay?
I've been spoken.
Exactly. Just normal, run-of-the-mill perverts. With no skeletons in their... Oh, hold on. Alright, wait, hold on. There are literally skeletons, fake skeletons, alright? I didn't murder somebody and dig up their corpse and, you know, make a who would do such a thing? Alright, so just fake skeletons in their closets, but a normal, healthy amount. I feel like I'm being judged.
Wink!
Exactly what. Wink! Nothing to hide here at all. Alright, so maybe the occasional corpse goes missing around where I live. That has nothing to do with me. Okay? Alright? Don't even think about it. That's what I ran into a while ago, not sadness, and that's why I eventually just ended up buying the like $180 one, because I couldn't find any alternatives that had what I wanted. Ideally, it'd be a completely posable one where you can move it and it would stay, but those ones I think are in the thousands of dollars. So, unfortunately, out of my price range. Thank you for investigating some more. See, this area seems off to me. And it might just be too high. No worries. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid, Art. Much appreciated. Thank you for the support. Have a wonderful night. Nothing good on those brush marks. Son of a bitch! You fire. Did I make that too high, maybe? I don't think so. So I'm having trouble with the dimensioning on this toilet. So here's a tough thing, right? Whenever you see stuff in person, I always feel compelled to paint it bigger. I always feel like I should be painting it bigger than what I am. Like I feel like I'm seeing it larger than it is. Yeah, that's something that somebody else suggested to me, and I need to do that because there is a med school. I am by a med school. I just need to give them a call. And I'll be very normal. Oh, hey, I know you don't know me, but are you getting rid of any medical supplies? It's something like that, Omizu. Yeah, get an actual cadaver. So there's an oddity store by me, Hollowwoods, that actually has multiple human skeletons there for sale. Full human skeletons. They got 2. They would be. They're tiny though. They're for like 1800s, you know, so they're like low 5 foot tall. Maybe not even 5 foot tall. They're tiny. I think they're both women as well. Like, you know how people just like were really tiny even like within 100 years ago? Due to the malnutrition. I actually do think so too. I think that's a one time that's saying I want this for art, that especially from a school. Don't size shame. I will. I'm a size queen. How I'm a size queen. Give me your largest skeletons. I mean, it would be pretty cool to have like a 7 foot anatomically correct like skeleton. I'm gonna have to rob some basketball players' graves, huh? Deadlift Shrimp. I think he's still alive. I am almost positive he's still alive. In a rash strings of crimes, 18 basketball players' graves were robbed. Thank you, Sadness. Thanks for hanging out. You don't know anything. Hollow. Don't even think about it. It wasn't me. It wasn't me whatsoever. Once again, don't even think about it. Oh, one of those strips. Oh yeah, I wanted to do the titty red. Something you hear on every stream. That seems like too severe. Maybe it's because I don't have a shadow. No, that's why. Fuck. Jesus Christ. And I think that hand needs to go up a smidge. Fuck! Cax! Really 3 balls with 1 cock there. Let's get some of this red on here. Little dark. But it's okay if like for this first layer it's on the darker side. Do it up there too. Let's see how this looks. Maybe I'll do this mark right now. Because that mark, those need to like glow. If I want that effect. I don't need that effect, but... that's over here too. We'll leave that highlight, but kind of works. So one thing I've noticed about myself is I find it very difficult to understand the color, what the true color is of something when it's dark. That is something I've had problems kind of grasping. Know what I'm saying, everybody? Like seeing what like the shadow on this leg, the color actually is in person, not easy. Because then it also, like there's some reflecting light here, and see that's just way too fucking dark. What am I doing? That's too dark too. Shadow colors are very, like the actual color. But see, that's where like, you know, that's where you get a lot of that realism. Well, you know, here's the thing, right? I mentioned this earlier, Hollow, that like a really difficult thing of painting from life, even more so than a computer, in my opinion. It still has it with like photo references in the computer. Hi, Harper. Is that the illusion that color has relative to another color you're looking at, or the color you're looking at relative to another by it. So what I mean by that is, I was painting hair, or this chain, the chain right here, and it was very apparent it was too red. And that's because the skeleton is so very blue, right? That it makes the orange red really pop, right? So if you had too much red, it's very noticeable, right? But if you're looking at it, because it contrasts so much, you would think that it's, you know, a dark orange when it's not. It's just accentuated by the contrast. So there's like a lot of illusions you need to like fight color-wise, and to me, when you get into these darker areas where the contrast difference is so much less, you know, because like one of the biggest things that we see in contrast are values, right? How bright or dark it is, and that's easier to see, right? But if you take away light and dark as a lever to change the contrast, well, then suddenly it's now just on color, hue, and now you're dealing with just those illusions that you see without having anything else to really differentiate it. And I'm not like plugging it into my computer and doing a color check, right? I'm trying to do this by eye. So like you'll notice like sometimes areas go a little bit too green, right? Like here, probably is too green for what I did, the chest, because of the red I see around it, right? That chain, right? Too red. I made it too red because of the blue around it. The hair, probably a bit too orange, too saturated orange. On here, because it looks so orange on the reference because of the blue around it. And you just like, you know, you have to be very on your toes about all of that, especially for a large, because like on a larger scene, what makes these like exponentially harder is that this hair has to relate to the red, has to relate to the white, has to relate to the blue, has to relate to this red, to these, and then to this, all across the entirety of the thing, right? It's very, it's a big, it's like a logistical challenge, right? But that's why, like, this is why I talk about sitting far away. I'm sitting probably 36 inches away from this canvas. When I'm making a brush stroke, my arm is fully extended, and this is a 2-foot brush. This is a 2-foot brush that I'm using. And so it's like, you have to look at everything. The extendo brush, patent pending. You know, add another one, bud. Add another one. 2-foot butt, really? I have actually enjoyed, because I used to use 1 foot and just hold them from the back, so I used to be 1 foot. But like on these larger paintings, I need to sit further back. I can't just be up here, choked up on a fucking brush like this, you know, doing, you know, I never paint like that anyways. But like, but so, you know, it keeps stuff looser inadvertently, but the main goal of this is to make sure I'm looking at this as a whole. So I know that when I make a brush stroke over here, it doesn't look fucking weird relative to this, right? And when you make that brush mark, you have to evaluate all of it. So. And that's why I think, like, that's what's I think tough about, like, why I talk about Impressionism so much and why I consider Impressionism to be the pinnacle of painting, because subject matter is looked at as a whole. It's relative to the constraint of nature without being, like, exact about it, but it works, right? You know, with Monet's stuff, you always know what he's painting, even though he really went to the extreme of color contrast without changing values at times, or doing things like that. Oh yeah, I remember Sounds Like a Lady. And that's not even getting to like the techniques of painting, right? Because like I talk about what I think the pinnacle of painting is showing the most information with the least amount of brush strokes. I find that to be the single most impressive thing that one can do in painting. Pinnacle. Peen. Or Pinochle. So yeah. It's just all, it's like a balancing game, and you know, I don't like subscribe to like terms like a unified painting palette or anything like that. I just subscribe to, does it look like what I'm painting? How well then you'll fit in really well here, Hollow, because we're moving right. We're going into right-wing grift territory, okay? You'll fit in great. All right? We don't want to be silenced, right? So we just, you know, take the Russian money. Just take the money. Don't even think about it. This is all a grift. This is all about, we're just trying to get that sweet, sweet right-wing and Russian money, okay? So misogyny is welcomed here. I know. I can't help myself. It's not, though. It's not welcome here. If you're a misogynist, you will get banned. Wait, Mud, so you're telling me, Art Twitch is not moving right? Yeah, you know what? Mud, or I might need to have my mods control that. A little light that just pops on. This is sarcasm. He's a raving lunatic. I could probably do that with a key. It's not the followers I want here. I'll say that. And maybe that tight 5 of me saying I'm going right is not something I do with new viewers. We can't just... Nick, you gotta stop being sarcastic, all right? It's been 5 hours. Well, it's about that sweet, sweet Russian money, right? So if you continue to watch and, partake, you'll get easily 20 rubles in the mail. Easily. $20 whole rubles. That's true. Back into yeah, maybe. So my hatred for the abhorrence of of our political system is not coming through. Okay. Oh, I should do that, Fox Girl. I didn't even realize that was you, Fox Girl, because Hollow Woods has a very similar color. How are you, Fox? Been lurking you a bit recently. Something's not right about that. I'm gonna have to look at that head a lot more. How dare you speak of the devil's work here? How dare you speak of the devil acrylics here? You know you're gonna end up with oil paints. You know it. I know it. The American people know it. Just like mud is slowly turning into Goodwill Hunting of oil paints. All right. Mud is starting to talk with a Boston accent all of a sudden. Because of their knowledge with of oil paints. It's like you think you're in control here. It's like you think you have a choice. What are clouds? What's your issue with clouds? And how do they not apply to acrylics? Is that true, Amizu?
Didn't look right.
Fantastic, Tommy. Productive. Productive. So you're liking the game? It sounds like you're liking it. That's good. I never played an Assassin's Creed game. Never have. I think there's a brand new one that came out. Yeah, Tommy said the new one. I don't know what their subject matter is, though. As low connection. Fox Girl. What's you know, if you want, I could help, you know, I could discuss it if you'd like. If you don't want to, that's also fine. But what's your issue with clouds? Because the first thing I'd say is split it up into simple shapes. Then there's a couple techniques you can do to do that. Well, just like with any type of realism, Fox Girl, it goes down to contrast. Okay? So, like, do you want a... I mean, I can give you a couple... Like, do you want... Alright, hold on. Do you want the way that I can guarantee you to get what you want? That's all contrast. It's all contrast. So, like... You know, basically you're not hitting the correct proportion of, like, this is like this amount of yellow and this one's this amount of blue. You want the guarantee? First step is blur the photo that you're working from. Blur. Are you working from a photo? First off, are you working from a photo for the clouds? For the entire thing, or are you doing clouds? Are you doing like independent clouds that you're putting in there from imagination? I just need some additional information first. What I'm saying is, like, are you just painting clouds in a painting, or do you have a scene that you're putting clouds into your scene? You get what I'm saying? Or is it just a painting of clouds? Okay. So that makes things a little bit tougher, but if you take a photo, here's the guarantee, okay? It's more work, but find clouds that you have a reference for, take a photo of your painting, see if they work color-wise, put together the reference, that the colors will work together with your scene, because that's most likely what's causing your issue. Okay? Then print it out and physically match the colors. Print it out on a glossy piece of shape, a piece of paper, a glossy, paper, and then put plastic over it, and then put the paint on top of the colors you're trying to hit, and match it exactly. Okay, that's the guarantee. In addition, you could also blur it. So digitally blur it, so you have larger shapes of one color, and paint those shapes, the big shapes in your area, and then put the little details and highlights on above that. And you can match the colors exactly that work with your painting because you digitally matched them. That's the guarantee. I would personally never recommend anybody to do that for the sake of learning. Blurring, so, Foxo, you know how I do block-ins, right? Where it's a general shape and color, right, Foxgirl? It's so a way you can practice that from sight, or not even practice. A way to see it is you just blur the entire painting so you see those shapes on a face, right? For a portrait, it'll come to like one color. So then you could even like see the entirety of shapes of one color that you can do. Right? But if you wanted to, like, this is the step I don't recommend, you print it out and then you color match it. Right? I always advocate for training your eye and doing stuff like that. Sometimes people need to get something done. So, Foxroll, I've actually said this before. I don't think brushstrokes and texture are something that you necessarily aim to do. I think brushstrokes, I can directly attest to this, okay? So, some people talk about like the brushstrokes of like Monet's plein air stuff, right? The fact of the matter is there's no way he was focusing on brush marks or strokes, because he was working at very tight time increments and he was going as fast as he fucking could. And so I am of the philosophy / viewpoint that brush strokes are just or brush marks are relative to your context in which you're painting. So for the Renaissance, a lot of Renaissance paintings, they wanted everything as smooth and blended as possible. To the point that they would do a thin layer, they do dozens of layers, and they'd sand them down to smooth out any hefty brush strokes or anything like that. Because they wanted it smooth. They wanted like an enamel finish. Okay? And that held true through a lot of academic painting where they wanted everything perfectly smooth and so forth. Then you get to the Impressionists, who are now painting under like a 2-hour window or a 30-minute window at a time, and they just need to get paint on the canvas to get what they're doing. And so what I'm saying is, like, designing your piece with intentional brush marks, I don't think that will ever be satisfying to you. Does that make sense? It's hard to do it intentionally without it looking corny or wrong. Are you by a computer that you can check a painting? I've referenced this painting a lot. Let me find it 1 second. I searched Sargent's Muse, but that's not the name of it. Sweet, sweet references. So, all right, search this. Eugene, search John Singer Sargent, then Eugene, Eugene, McKellar, Mckeller, painting. It's a nude man. Looking up. Let me know when you find it. Anyone else can look at this too if you want a part of the lesson. Aha! No. Did you have the painting up? This is one of my favorite paintings, Foxroll. I want you to zoom in to right underneath the neck into that bright spot. It's one of my favorite brushstrokes in all of art. Also the ear. I fucking love the ear. But do you see how? Let me know when you have it up. When you zoomed into the bright spot right underneath the neck. So do you see how there's that horizontal brush stroke that kind of is like the paint, there wasn't enough paint and it kind of like scrapes by? And if you look close at a lot of other brush strokes, right, that's kind of a common thing, right? But he leaves it. Because when you now zoom out again, after looking at zoom out again, and notice how that's not even a thought in your head, right? You're not thinking about the finite details. Now you can go and then zoom back in, right, and look at like, oh wow, look at these individual brush strokes that frankly seem sloppy. That's because there was no intent of doing anything special with the brush stroke. He's looking at how it all works together, right? And with Impressionism and realism linked to Impressionism, you'll see that that is a fairly common thing. If you look at like that breaking, that paint breaking, you'll see that on Monet paintings, you'll see that on Caillebotte paintings, you'll see that on a ton of people. On Renoir, you'll see it on a lot of places. And the overarching point here is like, is this just not a concern of them? The individual brushstrokes, the preciseness, the texture of it. Because they were, and I have to say, this is my perspective on painting as well, where I'm not going to concern myself if I have a brush stroke where there's like a thick line of paint somewhere, obviously, unless it was absurd. But like, I'm thinking about the zooming out and looking at it from, museum distance, 6 feet, 5, 6, 10 feet away, and seeing, oh yeah, that looks absolutely perfect. Look at the ear. If you want another step, look at the ear. Look at how sloppy when you go in close, and you could actually see texture on there, but the texture is not the point of the ear. He was just going for a look, because when you zoom back out, the ear is perfect. So, so this is what links to my point, is that like brushstrokes will happen. I think you can intentionally make it smooth, but if you're talking about texture and brushstrokes, that is a function of how you paint and more of like your philosophy and the ramification of how you paint than an intention. I know that might not be satisfying to hear. But like, you know, ways that I kind of like practice is the wrong word. Things that I work on is trying to use a large, you know, and this is not how you paint. I know, you know, so, but it's like doing like I'll give a practical example right now. This might work, this might not work, right? But I see a big line of color somewhere, and I want to have the balls, the cojones, to take a good amount of paint and that's the thing, right? Like I've seen people who do a lot of texture stuff, but if you're talking about like in the context of an individual brushstroke, I'm of the opinion that it has to be like a ramification of your painting. Okay, so here's where I think it would like, or brushstrokes would come in. So it's like I put a lot of paint on my brush. Okay, I have the color I want to hit, and I see this big line, and I'm gonna put it on here, and do a line like that, and leave it. I don't change it, you know, and not change anything else with it. Right? So then you get that big meaty brush stroke, and I'm annoyed that I made this little mistake here because I don't really mind how that looks. But that's like more of what I'm talking about as far as the intent of a brush stroke. It's basically confidently hitting a color, right? Confidently hitting a color, like a patch, a shape of color, that you just play it how it lies. Well, and see, this is why I rant about this Foxtail, because what we are talking about here is one of the hardest skill. You want another? Here. Are you willing to look up another painting and listen to me? I could show you my second favorite brush stroke. All right, 1 second. I just want to clean this up. All right. I'll get you the name, one moment. Okay. I want you to search John Singer Sargent. Oh, you're all fine. I'm probably was ready to call it soon. I want you to search Miss Beatrice Townsend. Miss Beatrice Townsend. I think I am going to be finished. We're going to do this talk, but I'm done painting. I lost it, everybody. I lost it. We already have gone, we're at 5 hours now anyway, so. Let me know when you have it pulled up. It's a girl holding a dog. All right. I want you to zoom in to those 3 brush strokes on her dress on the lower end of the painting, underneath the red, the red midriff thing. I don't know what it's called. But do you see those three black diagonal brush strokes? Now think about those brush strokes. There's 4. There's 4, I think, technically. Think about how, hey, Nordic, do you see how, intentionally he made them? You could tell he didn't clean them up whatsoever. He did no cleaning, right, of those brush strokes at all, right? And up close, it looks kind of odd, right? But then just zoom out. Look at the hair, too. The hair is tons of good examples. Zoom into the hair as well. And it's almost shocking how loose and broad those brush strokes are. But how much information they convey. That's how I would instruct you to approach clouds. Now, imaginative, though, one issue is getting the right contrast correct. That's why I said that, like the color matching and digital stuff. I kind of wasted a good amount of paint today. How are you, Nordic? What's new? Will do, Mud. I mean, I'm done. I'm cleaning up now, so thank you for hanging out. Till next time. I still gotta cook tonight. Cook myself a meal. And then chillax. And I get it, but you know, I'll say this because I love them. Does it convey the information that is needed to, and does it detract from anything else in the painting? Does it work? And I would contend that it absolutely does. You know, you're free to hate them. I'm not like, you know. But I just want you to like consider the balls. You know, that was a commission from like a wealthy person. And he just fucking did almost like 3 to 4 flippant brush strokes. See, I would disagree, but, you know, I'm not here to convince you of that, right? My point is, this is like, I'm going to go profound with you here. There's a guy I watch on YouTube who says this a few times, and it really stuck with me. And he said, the simpler brushstroke can be the stronger statement. And I thought about that a lot, right? What does that actually mean? Right? So that's why it's like, okay, well, would an impressionist ever really paint eyebrows? Not eyebrows, eyelashes. And you got to ask yourself that, right? Like, do I need eyelashes? Is that information needed? Does it make the painting better? Depends on how close you are, obviously. But I know if I'm looking at somebody who's sitting 6 feet away from me, that I would not be able to see their eyelashes. But we know they're there. We absolutely know they're there. Right? So now we're getting into like the difference between older academic painting versus Impressionism. Impressionism is what you see, what you can see, what you can perceive. Academic painting is painting everything that's there. So old academic painting was the striving for hyperrealism. But, you know, that's how you spend 300, 400 hours on a single painting. You know, what's his name again? What the fuck was his name? Oh, I can't believe I forgot his name. But he was a portrait artist, pre-academic before, or pre-impressionism, who would make people sign contracts for years for a single painting, where they would have to sit for 2 to 3 hours at a time, and I think it was as high as 250 times. Eng, that was his name. And it's because they're painting every piece of jewelry, every part of the clothing. Well, I'd actually contend it's not a matter of taste, it's a matter of philosophy. Because taste is a matter of like societal likes during that time period, right? But usually the new types of art go against the current taste, right? Right now, what's really popular online a lot is hyperrealism. Most people do hyperrealism, get a lot of attention online. But a lot of hyperrealism is the easiest to reproduce. Well, it's just the time period that we're in. I look at, I could admire older pieces for the techniques I know they used, but I don't really like them as paintings. Vast majority of them. All right, everybody's favorite time of the stream. And it's okay that we can disagree, Fox Girl. But, if we're talking about, if you just want to get the best piece out there, like Fox Girl, if I'm telling you, who does imaginative work and does stuff, like, if you wanted to, like, and I'm willing to bet this would get a lot of attention. It'd be a lot of work, but it's not necessarily difficult to do. It's just you got to put in hours. You know what I'd tell you to do? While I wipe my D, while this D gets wiped. If you want to get famous, and I'm not saying you want to get famous, but for anyone who wants to get famous, oh my God, this is sick. For anyone who wants to get famous on Instagram for art, I could tell you what to do. Oh Lord, oh, it burns. Oh my God. Oh, this is sick. Oh my, you all are watching this. But do you want to know the secret? AI no. All right. The secret is, Fox Girl, I wouldn't hold it against it if anybody did this. I don't think this is like, see, this is what I would tell you if you don't like painting, but you like art, is you, sorry, let me snooze these ads. You get good at Photoshop, you do Photoshops of imaginative pieces in real life, like real life realism pieces. So, like, you Photoshop a reference of your imagination, you print it out, and you trace it, you match the colors exactly, and you paint it in hyperrealism. and you will get millions of followers. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like the hyper realism end of it, right? Like getting it hyper realism.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my God! You just missed the de-wiping. Oh my God! We are just closing up shop for the day. Hi, Pinion. How are you? I consider you to do imaginative work, Fox Girl. Oh my God! Welcome in, everybody. Dr. Nerd Rage. Draw curiosity. That's true. Trop. I mean, I could stick around and talk for a second. You guys just missed the de-wiping. You just missed me wiping my D live and uncensored. You're lost, though. I won't do it twice. That's asking for trouble. Do you not see? Do you not? Live and uncensored. You missed it. Yep. It's your fault. Hi, everybody. I do oil paints. I set up my stuff live. Oh. There we go. That's my reference. Welcome back, Emmanuel. Hi, the small blueberry. Welcome back, Emmanuel. We paint from life here. This is our second session of painting this. Go back. There we go. It's not an attic. It's my home. Damn it. I'm going to snooze these ads again. Thank you for the raid, Pinion. If you'd like to post any links, please do. Always appreciate the support and kindness and slander. Martial art. That's okay. That's a good name. Martial artist. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Next stream will probably be Thursday. Thursday. No, it's a condo with 2 floors in an old school building, Foxgirl. Good. Everyone go follow Pinion Paint. I've been following him for at least 600,000 years. You should as well. All right? You should invent a time machine to go follow them 600,000 years ago. All right? I know it is, Pinion. I do live in an old elementary school. That's not a joke. But yeah. So if anybody has any questions, please let me know. I sell and make paint. I make watercolors and oil paints. I'm desperately in need of YouTube subscribers. I'm trying to get this 1,000. If you find it in your heart to help this decrepit mid-30s white man get to 1,000 subscribers, if you can find it in your heart. Oh yeah, I got a black cloud that constantly follows me around, Small Blueberry. Constantly. I'm the Eeyore of Northern Illinois. Alright.
it's starting. Only when I go camping.
Well, thank you, Pinion. I'm a desperate man. Good. Thank you, Pinion. As it should be everybody. How you doing, Manny's my name? We were just finishing up here, and we gotta find somebody to raid, too. Pinion, yeah, you just gotta raid like 3 hours earlier. You just gotta end your stream earlier and raid earlier. But yeah, we'll probably be back on Thursday. All right. Let's find somebody to raid. So yeah, if you're looking for oil paints or watercolors, check out my fourth wall. Huzzah! Thank you again, Pinion. That is very sweet of you. And suspicious. I know you're planning something. I know you're planning something nefarious. So what that is, I don't know. Oh, Zach's streaming. We haven't rated Zach Nito in a long time. All right, we're gonna raid Zach. All right, everybody, we're gonna raid Zach Nita. Pinion, you're great, and you suck. You suck. And have a great night, everybody. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. Thank you for all for the raids and watching. Thank you, Foxgirl. Foxgirl, if you have any more questions about that, please don't hesitate to ask. Pinion, you have a wonderful night. Thank you again. And yeah, check out that YouTube. Need those subscribers. We're pushing for 1,000. And also with you. Lamb of God. You take away the sins. God, you're bringing me back to church. God damn it, Pinion. All right. Bye, everybody. Helpful doodles. Have mercy on us. No mercy. All right, we'll see everybody later.